Welcome back, Alex the Great. I I figured I would try to catch both the European and the American. Since right around now, they would be around 7:50 p.m. Or at least somewhere over in that area would be around that time. Aye, on the third day. However, since I'm starting earlier, it'll mean most of my energy is still here. Or what is left of it. I think on the third day it's a lot easier because then your body is actually eating the fat reserves. So like I think I'll have more energy today. Welcome back, Mika Kellen. Hello there.
Das ist so. Ja.
Yes.
Ouvert. Jäger. 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 Jäger.
Welcome back, Hug Brother. It would appear that I'm about to lose my sheep. Oh no.
Hey, ja. Jäger. Gereite.
Ja, Heise.
Jäger. Heise, das ist wahr. Holzer. Gereite.
Jäger.
Heise, Räte. Jäger.
Bereite.
Jäger. Holzer. Ja. Hey,
Das
ja.
ist toll.
Gereite. Ja. Ja, das ist Räte. Soll. Heise, Holzer. Hey, ja. Jäger. Das ist ja. Soll. Heise, Räte. Ja. Du wäre. Hey, ja. Bereite. Du wäre. Du wäre. Du wäre. Ja. Du wäre. 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 Bereite. Ja. Du wäre. Heiße. Du wäre. Hey, ja.
Ouvert.
Ouvert.
Ja, geboren.
Hey, ja. Bereite. Geboren. Heiße. Ouvert. Dass ich soll. Ja, ouvert. Rete. Hey, ja, heiße. Ouvert. Bereite. Ouvert. Heiße.
Bereite. Ouvert.
Hey, ja.
Ja, Ouvert.
Bereite. Ouvert.
Heise. Holzer.
Heiße. Dass ich soll. Hey, ja. Ouvert. Bereite. Ja. Ouvert.
Ja.
Hey, ja. Ouvert. Ouvert. Heiße. Ouvert. Ja. Holzer.
Bitte, dass ich soll. Ja.
Bereite. Hey, ja.
Ich soll. Bubere. Ja. Holzer.
Bereite. Ja. Dass ich soll. Ja. Bereite. Heiße. Ja. Dass ich soll. Rete.
Bereite. Heise. Bubere. Gebure.
Ja. Dass ich soll.
Bereite. Holzer.
Hey, ja. Holzer. Ja. Holzer. Bereite. Heiße. Bereite.
Heise.
Ja.
Bubere.
Heiße. Hauber. Ja. Hey, ja. Soll. Holzer.
Ja. Rete.
Ouvert. Ja. Rete. Ouvert.
Bereit, dass ich soll. Dies war. Rete, dies dass ich soll. Rete.
Hey, ja. Bereite. Ouvert.
Bereite. Es war. Bubere.
Hey, ja. Ouvert.
Nay, it do be Teutons. I believe that one was from yesterday. It'll probably update in a short minute.
Heiße. Ja. Ouvert. Holzer. Bereite. Ouvert. Holzer. Ja. Hey, ja. Bereite. Heiße. Hey, ja. Ich soll. Ouvert. Ja. Ouvert. Heiße. Ouvert. soll. Ubere.
Ja.
Ubere. Over.
Bereite. Uber. Over. Heise. Over.
Bereite.
Ja.
Over. Ja. Hey, ja. Heise. Bereite. Ja.
Polster.
Bereite. Over. Hey, ja.
Over.
Over. Ubere. 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 Ubere.
Bereite. Das ist soll. Uber.
Hey, ja. Tuacha.
Heise. Sucher.
Heise. Over.
Hey, ja.
Ubere. Ja. Ubere. Bereite.
Ja, das ist soll. Das war. Geräte. Das ist soll. Das war. Geräte. Das ist soll.
Etwa.
Heise.
Ja. Ja. Over. Bereite. Heise.
Over.
Hey, ja.
Uber. Heise. Holzer.
Ja.
Ja. Bubere. Bubere.
Heise.
Ja. Bereite.
Over. Hey, ja. Over. Das ist toll.
Das ist soll. Bubere. Hey, ja. Ja. Holzer.
Ja. Ubere. Ubere. Hey, ja. Ubere. Holzer.
Bubere.
Heise. Ubere. Bereite. Hey, ja.
Welcome, welcome, Sprunny.
Ja. Bereite. Rete. Das ist toll. Ubere.
Good morning, Two-Face Heavy.
Bereite. Rete. Ouvert. Ja. Heiße. Bereite. Hey, ja. Rete. Ouvert. Ja.
Bereite.
Bereite. Das ist ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Ouvert. Bereite. Ja. Hey, ja. Heiße.
I'll need to make sure to get units out a little bit earlier. The Portuguese version is generally defensive structure and aiming to move into Victorious in late game.
Hey, ja. Heiße? Das war. Ja? Du wäre, dass ich soll. Du wäre. Tuopa. Bereite.
Thank you for feeding the dragon, XCV. Welcome to the chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 890.
Hey, ja?
Hey, ja, Jägere, Heise, das ist toll. Bereite? Ja. Rete? Hey, ja, Jägere, 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 Jägere.
Heise?
Bereite?
Ja. Ouvert. Ouvert. Bereite. Ja?
Welcome back, Karush.
Hey, ja?
Ja. Heise?
Das war.
Bereite? Heise, das ist toll. Hey, ja. Ja. Heise, es war. Hey, ja. Rete? Buvere, Bereite?
Heise? Woche. Ja? Ouvert. 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 Heise? Ouvert.
Ja. Buvere, 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 ja, das ist toll. Buvere, ja, Buvere, ja, Buvere.
Hey, ja? Woche.
Hey, ja. Hover, Hover, Hover. Heise, Buvere,
Ja? Ouvert. Heise? Hey, ja?
Bereite, Holzer. Ja, Buvere,
Bereite. Hey, ja? Ouvert.
Heise, Buvere,
Heise? War. Bereite. Ouvert.
ja.
Das ist toll.
Heise,
war.
ja, Buvere, Bereite, toll. Heise, Buvere, Bereite, ja, Rete, ja, Buvere, Bereite, Heise,
Holzer.
ja, Buvere, ja,
Ja?
Bereite,
Heise? Holzer.
ja, Buvere, Holzer,
Hey, ja? Ouvert.
ja. Das ist toll. Heise. Ja, Buvere. Heise, Buvere. wäre over Ace. Ja, over.
Bereite. Hey, ja? Ja. Was ich soll. Du wäre. Hey, ja?
Over. Ja, Holzer.
Bereite. Ja, besser.
Bereit soll. Ja. Heise. Ja, Gebure. Buvere, Buvere. Buvere, Buvere. Buvere. Bereite. Buvere, over. Buvere, bereite. Buvere, over. Heise. Buvere. Ja, Buvere, over. Ja. Buvere, over. Ja, Buvere, over. Heise.
Heiße? Hey, ja?
Ja.
Ja? Heiße? Hey, ja? Ja? Heiße? Du wäre. Ja, was ich soll. Hey, ja?
ich soll. Geräte, dies was ich soll. Ja. Ja. Das ich soll. Zerstürme.
Halves I can do, but only for a short time. It is a matter of the wood stockpile. Fairly important.
Bereite, das ich soll.
Bereite. Gebure.
In the mod section, if you look up CMD and sort it to be the newest at the top, it should show up Command Higgsby's mods. I'll show you which one I'm using after this. Just, if I forget, remind me.
Der Leiter.
Hey, ja? Ja.
Dies war
Ja, was ich soll.
der Leiter.
Now, the main issue here is I didn't secure this front area soon enough, so I couldn't use bombard cannons to actually snipe the trebs for safety. But the secondary thing is, I should add scorpions. 99% of the time, scorpions. That way they can actually take out incoming cavalry a bit easier. I'm currently relying a little too much on the castle. And before I forget, mods. CMD. Date created to newest. And this is the one I use. This is the basic one for 1080p screens, and having this one is a patch for the 1200 screens. However, you'll want this one to be lower priority than the 1200 patch. The 1200 patch will be higher priority if you have a 1200 screen and want to patch it that way. Elsewise, this is the one that'll be used for it. Has it become harder to play your style since it became so well known? I'm not 100% certain. To some degree, yes, but at the same time, my concentration, since I've been streaming for a bit, for a little over a week now, almost 2 weeks, for a lot longer than I would normally do, as far as playing the game. I would usually play 1 to 2 games in a day. And then that was it. I had good concentration for that. However, when I'm doing longer play sessions like I am doing now, my concentration ability is a lot lessened. However, I believe my stamina shall improve. Well, that'll depend. As it gains more popularity, I wonder how it will improve, says Gregory Michael. I would say that depends on the person. I am certainly not the best fish in the pond, but I believe that someone who takes it up will surpass me in due time. But at the same time, I'll see about surpassing them. It'll be good to see more people have at it, and that way I can draw from that as well. A good teammate for 2v2 would be one that is able to hold out on their own. Mostly because I, as a particular player, am not very an offensive type, so I have a hard time defending allies. But another player who has more experience with army in early game, feudal, etc., would have an easier time defending allies, while retaining the defensive ability of the Teutonic Fortress in general. That's more so a statement of how I am as a player currently, not necessarily the strategy as a whole. Thank you, Zonalar. Portuguese is certainly a solid choice. Some of the most offensive versions is the Portuguese, the Russians, the Georgians, the Spanish to a degree.
Ja? Ja. Hey, ja. Woche. Heiße? Ubere. Woche.
Ja. Bubere, Suche.
Ja? Ubere. Woche.
Ja.
Heiße? Dass ich soll. Hey, ja. Das war.
Heise. Ja.
Bereite, dass ich soll. Heiße?
Ja. Suche. Heise. Bereite.
Eight total rabbits, so I shall send 12. Great Scots.
Bereite. Ja? Woche.
Suche.
Hey, ja. Heiße? Rete.
Heise. Soll.
Hey, ja.
Bereite. Ja.
Ja. Jägere. 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 Bereite. Woche. Heiße?
Suche. Bereite.
Ja. Hey, ja.
Das war. Rede soll. Heise. Rede. Das ist soll. Bubere. Ja. Jägere. Jägere.
Ja. Jägere. Bereite. Jägere.
Bereite.
Das ich soll. Ja.
Ja. Ja.
Rete. Das war. Rete. Jägere.
Heise.
Bereite.
Bereite. Holzer. Heise. Buvere, 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 buvere.
Ja, heiße, hey, ja,
Bereite, ja, buvere, 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 buvere. Heise, buvere. Ja, buvere, heise, buvere, 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 ja, buvere, buvere. Hova, hova,
Hova. Heiße, ja, Tuocha. Hey, ja,
ja, Holzer, Holzer.
bereite. Etwa. Ja, hey, ja,
Bereite, bereite. Heise, ja. Buvere, hova. Heise, buvere.
heiße. Bereite. Ja, ja, bereite. Heiße, Hova.
Ja, bereite, Holzer, bereite. Heise. Buvere, buvere, Holzer. Ja, buvere.
Hey, ja, das ist Hova.
Heise, buvere, buvere, ja, Sursistoll. Buvere. Ja. Buvere. Buvere. Hova. Heise. Buvere. Buvere. Heise. Hova. Hova. Heise. Das ist toll. Ja. Buvere.
Ja, heiße,
Bereite. Gebure.
bereite.
Ja. Buvere. Heise. Buvere. Buvere.
Bereite.
Heise. Buvere. Gebure. Gebure.
Hey, etwa.
Ja.
Holzer.
Ja.
Heiße,
Bereite. Heise.
Ja.
Geräte. Das war. Ja. Das ist es war. Ja. Heise.
das ich soll. Hey, ja. Holzer. Holzer.
Bereite. Buvere. Heise. Bereite.
Ja, Hova.
Ja. Buvere. Buvere. Ja. Buvere. 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 Ja. Hova. Heise. Buvere. 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 Das ist so.
Heiße, bereite. Geboren.
I do wish that hotkey would work, even if a military unit is selected. The one that garrisons villagers selectively.
Bereite. Hova. Buvere. Gebure. Gebure. Bereite. Gebure.
Ubere.
Heise.
Bereite. Hey, ja. Gebore. Ubere. 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 Gebore. Es war. Ja. Ubere.
Heia. Gebure. Heise. Gebure. Ja. Gebure.
Bereit. Ubere. Holzer. Heise. Holzer. Ja. Ubere. Ubere. Hey, ja. Ubere. Ja. Hey, ja. Bereite. Ubere.
Heise. Das ist wahr.
Bereite. Heia. Heise.
Ja.
Bubere.
Heise.
Ja. Bubere. Bereite. Bubere.
Bereite. Ubere. Ja, das ist Gold. Ubere. Heise. Ubere. Hey, ja. Es war. Ubere. Ubere.
Rete. Das war Rete. Ja. Das ist wahr. Ja. Bereite.
Heia. Bereite.
Ja.
Heise.
Ja, das ist es war.
Ja. Das ist toll. Heia. Bereite.
Ja.
Bubere.
Heise. Bereite.
Heise. Bubere.
Hey, ja. Bereite. Ja. Ja.
Heia.
Hey, ja. Bereite. Ubere. Heise. Es war. Ubere. Bereite.
Bereite.
Ja. Holzer.
Ja. Heise.
Welcome, great commander. Welcome.
Heia. Heia. Bubere.
Heise. Ubere.
Bereite. Bubere.
Hey, ja.
Rete. Ja. Das ist wahr.
Ja.
Heia. Bubere. Ja. Bereite.
Hey, ja. Ubere. Bereite. Ubere. Heise. Ubere.
Heise. Bubere.
Ja. Ubere. Bereite. Ubere. Heise. Ubere. Hey, ja. Ubere.
Heia. Bubere. Heise. Buvere, buvere. Bereite, buvere. Buvere, buvere. Buvere. Ja, buvere. Das war buvere. Heise, das ist buvere.
Bereite. Hey, ja?
Buvere.
Heise? Bereite. Holzer. Ja? Auber. Hey, ja? Bereite. Bereite. Heise?
I'm thinking I can probably regularly go for 150 villagers with 7 town centers instead. I'll try to do that more often. That way I can focus on getting the wood income earlier for the siege. I think it'll be a little bit faster getting up that way. I do talk at times. I'm just trying to make sure I spend my concentration energy well. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. Me and Hera are currently in talks as to the schedule.
Ja? Holzer.
Bereite, das ist alles Holzer. Bereite,
Holzer. Hauber.
Heise?
Heise,
Gebure.
ja,
Essbar. Hubert.
It shall be done.
Das ich soll. Holzer.
Heise,
Räte. Hubert. Holzer.
ja,
Heise.
bereite, ja, ja, bereite,
Hey, ja? Ja? Holzer.
My elo varies based on my concentration ability. If I can concentrate well, my elo rises. If I play too many times in a row and my concentration drops, my elo drops. Up till recently, about 1 to 2 games in a day. Within the last 1 to 2 weeks now that I'm streaming, it's a bit more games, and on top of that, my concentration has definitely dropped. However, it has been improving these last few days as to my ability to concentrate. Highest elo, and that's only recently that I've actually gained this height, 1400. Average for the longest time, 1150, 1100. Recent average, about 1200. We'll see if I can climb back to there. Thank you for the compliment, Eddie boy. This is a technique I came up with about 4 or 5 or so, maybe 3 years ago. Okay, what to do here?
Bereiter. Heiße.
I should set this up.
Blickmann, Blickmann, Blickmann. Hey, ja?
Gebure.
Heiße? Ja. Dass ich soll. Ja. Dies war. Dass ich soll. Ja. Sasa. Dass ich soll. War. Zerstürme. Sasa. Ja. Strichasa. Ja. Dass ich soll. Zerstürme.
Alright. Next time I'll make sure to get the villagers out getting the tree lines earlier. I'll try to aim for 150 builds if I can. Get the siege workshops running, bombard cannons, siege onagers, and scorpions. And then move into the Teutonic Healing Fortress formation as the game goes on. Yes, I think that the marketplace should be on the back line. I could theoretically just build it by the town center alongside the blacksmith, but maybe behind the tower at the first tower of the town center area. Maybe that would do it. No, the town centers on the neutral mines would be a bit trouble. I want to make sure that I can continue spamming villagers from them rather than being sniped early by Castle Age army. Main reason why I have my town centers over here by the castle. Easier to defend, easier to keep spamming. And if I am happening to be the Burgundians, for instance, and using Flemish militia, or Flemish Revolution, I would have the town centers running, get a surplus of food, get 200 bills, send forth all of them, or as much as it allows, to battle, and then spam from 7, maybe even 10 town centers just to replenish the economy very quickly. I think that is doable. But We shall see if I can make that a reality as far as the Teutonist version. Sometimes I will go for sappers. Let's see here. Okay, where was I? Ah, yes, Grimm's. I'll do a tale, and then we shall make another game. The juniper tree. Juniper. The juniper tree. It is now long ago, quite 2,000 years, since there was a rich man who had a beautiful and pious wife, and they loved each other dearly. They had, however, no children, though they wished for them very much, and the woman prayed for them day and night. But still they had none. Now there was a courtyard in front of their house in which was a juniper tree, and one day in the winter the woman was standing beneath it, paring herself an apple, and while she was paring herself the apple, she cut her finger, and the blood fell on the snow. "Ah!" said the woman, and sighed right heavily, and looked at the blood before her, and was most unhappy. "Ah, if I had but a child as red as blood, and as white as snow." And while she thus spoke, she became quite happy in her mind, and felt just as if that were going to happen. Then she went into the house, and a month went by, and the snow was gone, and 2 months, and then everything was green, and 3 months, and then all the flowers came out of the earth, and 4 months, and then all the trees in the wood grew thicker, and the green branches were all closely entwined, and the birds sang until the wood resounded, and the blossoms fell from the trees. Then the 5th month passed away, and she stood under the juniper tree, which smelt so sweetly that her heart leapt, and she fell on her knees, and was beside herself with joy. Then the 6th month was over, the fruit was large and fine, and then she was quite still. And the 7th month she snatched at the juniper berries, and ate them greedily. Then she grew sick and sorrowful. Then the 8th month passed, and she called her husband to her, and wept and said, "If I die, then bury me beneath the juniper tree." Then she was quite comforted, and happy until the next month was over. And then she had a child, as white as snow, and as red as blood. And when she beheld it, she was so delighted that she died. Then her husband buried her beneath the juniper tree, and he began to weep sore. After some time he was more at ease, and though he still wept he could bear it, and after some time longer he took another wife. But the second wife he had a daughter, and by the second wife he had a daughter. But the first wife's child was a little son, and he was as red as blood and as white as snow. When the woman looked at her daughter, she loved her very much. But then she looked at the little boy, and it seemed to cut her to the heart, for the thought came into her mind that he would always stand in her way, and she was forever thinking how she could get all the fortune for her daughter. And the evil one filled her mind with this till she was quite wroth with the little boy, and she pushed him from one corner to the other, and slapped him here, and cuffed him there, until the poor child was in continual terror. For when he came out of school, he had no peace in any place. One day, the woman had gone upstairs to her room, and her little daughter went up too, and said, "Mother, give me an apple." "Yes, my child," said the woman, and gave her a fine apple out of the chest. But the chest had a great heavy lid, with a great sharp iron lock. "Mother," said the little daughter, is brother not to have one too?" This made the woman angry, but she said, "Yes, when he comes out of school." And when she saw from the window that he was coming, it was just as if the devil had entered into her, and she snatched the apple, and took it away again from her daughter, and said, "You shall not have one before your brother." Then she threw the apple into the chest, and shut it. Then the little boy came in at the door, and the devil made her say to him kindly, "My son, will you have an apple?" And she looked wickedly at him. "Mother," said the little boy, "how dreadful you look." "Yes, give me an apple." Then it seemed to her as if she were forced to say to him, "Come with me." And she opened the lid of the chest and said, "Take an apple for yourself." And while the little boy was stooping inside, the devil prompted her, and crash, she shut the lid down, and his head flew off and fell among the red apples. Then she was overwhelmed with terror, and thought, "If I could but make them think that it was not done by me." So she went upstairs to her room to her chest of drawers, and took a white handkerchief out of the top drawer, and set to the head on the neck again, and folded the handkerchief so that nothing could be seen. And she set him on a chair in front of the door, and put the apple in his hand. After this, Marlinchen came into the kitchen to her mother, who was standing by the fire with a pan of hot water before her, which she was constantly stirring round. "Mother," said Marlinchen, "brother is sitting at the door, and he looks quite white, and has an apple in his hand. I asked him to give me the apple, but he did not answer me, and I was quite frightened." "Go back to him," said her mother, "and if he will not answer you, give him a box on the ear." So Marlinchen went to him and said, "Brother, give me the apple." But he was silent, and she gave him a box on the ear, whereupon his head fell off. Marlinchen was terrified, and began crying and screaming, and ran to her mother, and said, "Alas, mother, I have knocked my brother's head off." And she wept, and could not be comforted. "Marlinchen," said the mother, "what have you done? But be quiet, and let no one know it. It cannot be helped now. We will make him into black puddings." Then the mother took the little boy, and chopped him into pieces, put him into the pan, and made him into black puddings. But Marlinchen stood by weeping, and all her tears fell into the pan, and there was no need of any salt. Then the father came home, and sat down to dinner, and said, "But where is my son?" And the mother served up a great dish of black puddings, and Marlinchen wept, and could not leave off. Then the father again said, "But where is my son?" "Ah," said the mother, "he has gone across the country to his mother's great uncle. He will stay there a while." "And what is he to do there?" "He did not even say good-bye to me." "Oh, he wanted to go, and now I see. He did not even say good-bye to me." "Oh, he wanted to go, and asked me if he might stay 6 weeks. He is well taken care of there." "Ah," said the man, "I feel so unhappy lest all should not be right. He ought to have said good-bye to me." With that, he began to eat, and said, "Marlinchen, why are you crying?" "Your brother will certainly come back." Then said he, "Ah, wife, how delicious this food is. Give me some more." And the more he ate, the more he wanted to have, And he said, "Give me some more. You shall have none of it. It seems to me as if it were all mine." And he ate, and ate, and threw all the bones under the table, until he had finished the whole. But Marlinchen went away to her chest of drawers, and took her best silk handkerchief out of the bottom drawer, and got all the bones from beneath the table, and tied them up in her silk handkerchief, and carried them outside the door, weeping tears of blood. Then she lay them under the juniper tree on the green grass, and after she had lain down there, she suddenly felt light-hearted, and did not cry any more. Then the juniper tree began to stir itself, and the branches parted asunder, and moved together again, just as if someone were rejoicing and clapping his hands. At the same time, a mist seemed to arise from the tree, and in the center of the mist it burned like a fire, and a beautiful bird flew out of the fire singing magnificently, and he flew high up in the air, and when he was gone, the juniper tree was just as it had been before, and the handkerchief with the bones was no longer there. Marlinchen, however, was as gay and happy as if her brother were still alive, and she went merrily into the house, and sat down to dinner, and ate. But the bird flew away, and lighted on a goldsmith's house, and began to sing. "My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlinchen, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Kiwit, what a beautiful bird I am." The goldsmith was sitting in his workshop, making a golden chain, when he heard the bird, which was sitting singing on his roof, and very beautiful the song seemed to him. He stood up, but as he crossed the threshold, he lost one of his slippers, but went away right up the middle of the street with one shoe on, and one sock. He had his apron on, and in one hand he had the golden chain, and in the other the pincers. The sun was shining brightly on the street. Then he went right on, and stood still, and said to the bird, "Bird," said he then, "how beautifully you can sing. Sing me that piece again." "No," said the bird, "I'll not sing it twice for nothing. Give me the golden chain, and then I will sing it again for you." "There," said the goldsmith, "there is the golden chain for you. Now sing me that song again." Then the bird came, and took the golden chain in his right claw, and went and sat in front of the goldsmith and sang. "My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlinchen, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Kiwit, kiwit, what a beautiful bird I am." Then the bird flew away to a shoemaker, and lighted on his roof and sang, "My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlinchen, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Kiwit, kiwit, what a beautiful bird I am." The shoemaker heard that, and ran out of the door in his shirt sleeves, and looked up at his roof, and was forced to hold his hand before his eyes, lest the sun should blind him. "Bird," said he, "how beautifully you can sing." Then he called in at his door, "Wife, just come outside. There is a bird. Look at that bird. He can certainly sing." Then he called his daughter and children and apprentices, boys and girls, and they all came up to the street and looked at the bird and saw how beautiful he was, what fine red and green feathers he had, and how like real gold his neck was, and how the eyes in his head shone like stars. "Bird," said the shoemaker, "now sing me that song again." "Nay," said the bird. "I do not sing twice for nothing. You must give me something." "Wife," said the man, "go to the garret. Upon the top shelf there stands a pair of red shoes. Bring them down." Then the wife went and brought the shoes. "There, bird," said the man, "now sing me that piece again." Then the bird came, and took the shoes in his left claw, and flew back on the roof, and sang, "My mother, she killed me, my father, he ate me, my sister, little Marlingchin, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Kaiwit, Kaiwit, what a beautiful bird I am." And when he had finished his song, he flew away. In his right claw he had the chain, in his left the shoes. And he flew far away to a mill, and the mill went clip, clap, clip, clap, clip, clap, and in the mill sat 20 miller's men, hewing a stone and cutting, and hick, hack, hick, hack, and the mill went clip, clap, clip, clap, clip, clap. Then the bird went and sat on a lime tree, which stood in front of the mill, and sang, "My mother, she killed me." Then one of them stopped working. "My father, he ate me." Then 2 more stopped working, and listened to that. "My sister, little Marlington." Then 4 more stopped, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief. Now 8 only were hewing, laid them beneath. Now only 5, the juniper tree. And now only 1. Kaiwit, Kaiwit, what a beautiful bird I am. Then the last stopped also, and heard the last words. "Bird," said he, "how beautifully you sing. Let me, too, hear that. Sing that once more for me." "Nay," said the bird, "I will not sing twice for nothing. Give me the millstone, and then I will sing it again." "Yes," said he, "if it belonged to me only, you should have it." "Yes," said the others, "if he sings again, he shall have it." Then the bird came down, and the 20 millers all set to work with a beam and raised the stone up. And the bird stuck his neck through the hole, and put the stone on as if it were a collar, and flew on to the tree again, and sang, "My mother, she killed me. My father, he ate me. My sister, little Marlington, gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Kaiwit, Kaiwit, what a beautiful bird I am." And when he had done singing, he spread his wings, and in his right claw he had the chain, and in his left the shoes, and round his neck the millstone, and he flew far away to his father's house. In the room sat the father, the mother, and Marlington at dinner, and the father said, "How light-hearted I feel, how happy I am." "Nay," said the mother, "I feel so uneasy, just as if a heavy storm were coming." Marlington, however, sat weeping and weeping, and then came the bird flying, and as it seated itself on the roof, the father said, "Ah, I feel so truly happy, and the sun is shining so beautifully outside. I feel just as if I were about to see some old friend again." "Nay," said the woman, "I feel so anxious, my teeth chatter, and I seem to have fire in my veins." And she tore her stays open. But Marlington stay in a corner crying, and held her plate before her eyes, and cried till it was quite wet. Then the bird sat on the juniper tree and sang, "My mother, she killed me." Then the mother stopped her ears, and shut her eyes, and would not see or hear. But there was a roaring in her ears like the most violent storm, and her eyes burnt and flashed like lightning. "My father, he ate me." "Ah, mother," says the man, "that is a beautiful bird. He sings so splendidly, and the sun shines so warm, and there is a smell just like cinnamon. My sister, little Marlington. Then Marlington laid her head on her knees, and wept without ceasing. But the man said, I am going out. I must see the bird quite close. Oh, don't go, said the woman. I feel as if the whole house were shaking and on fire. But the man went out and looked at the bird. Gathered together all my bones. Gathered together all my bones. Tied them in a silken handkerchief. Laid them beneath the juniper tree. Kiwit, kiwit, what a beautiful bird I am. On this, the bird let the golden chain fall, and it fell exactly round the man's neck, and so exactly round that it fitted beautifully. Then he went in and said, Just look what a fine bird that is, and what a handsome golden chain he has given me, and how pretty he is. But the woman was terrified, and fell down on the floor in the room, and her cap fell off her head. Then sang the bird once more. My mother, she killed me. Would that I were 1,000 feet beneath the earth, so as not to hear that. My father, he ate me. Then the woman fell down again as if dead. My sister, little Marlington. Ah, said Marlington, I too will go out and see if the bird will give me anything. And she went out. Gathered together all my bones, tied them in a silken handkerchief. Then he threw down the shoes to her, laid them beneath the juniper tree. Kiwit, kiwit, what a beautiful bird I am. Then she was light-hearted and joyous, and put on the new red shoes, and danced and leapt into the house. Ah, said she, I was so sad when I went out, and now I am so light-hearted. That is a splendid bird. He has given me a pair of red shoes. Well, said the woman, and sprang to her feet, and her hair stood up like flames of fire. I feel as if the world were coming to an end. I, too, will go out and see if my heart feels lighter. And as she went out at the door, crash, the bird threw down the millstone on her head, and she was entirely crushed by it. The father and Marlington heard what had happened and went outside, and smoke, flames, and fire were rising from the place. And when that was over, there stood the little brother, and he took his father and Marlington by the hand, and all three were right glad, and they went into the house to dinner, and ate. The end. That was Grimm's Fairy Tales, The Juniper Tree. That was rather an intense tale, I'd say. I liked it, but it was also very intense. On to the next. Yes, there certainly was one for the guy who couldn't bathe at all for 7 years. It ended pretty badly, though for him it ended decently, but for the two others it certainly ended badly.
Reise. Bover, bover.
Ja, wer?
Bereite.
Hey,
Suche.
das war. Bereite, dass ich soll.
Ja, dass ich soll.
Hey, ja? Heiße?
Das war Bubere. Bereite. Ja, dass ich soll. Jägere. 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 Jägere.
Jägere. Jägere.
Bereite. Holzer. Ja, das ist Holzer. Holzer. Heiße. Holzer. Bereite. Ja, Jägere.
Bereite. Jägere.
Ja,
Jägere. Heiße? Jägere.
heiße.
Jägere. Räte. Ja, dass ich soll.
Bereite. Ja,
Woche.
ja. Heiße.
Woche. Ja. Hey, ja?
Dass ich soll. Bereite. Ja, das war Bubere.
Bereite. Häuser. Ja? Wo wäre? Heiße? War. Wo wäre? Hey, ja? Bereite. Wo wäre? Ja? Wo wäre? 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 Wo wäre?
Heiße war Surfer. Ja, Bubere. 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 Heiße. Bubere. Ja, Bubere. Bubere.
Heiße? Wo wäre?
Bereite. Bubere. Heiße. Bubere.
Hey, ja?
Ja, Holzer. Bereite. Bubere.
Bereite. Wo wäre?
Ja, Bubere. Ja, Bubere. Bereite. Bubere. Ja, heiße. Bereite. Hober. Hober.
Hey, ja? Wo wäre? Ja? Heiße? Bereite.
Ja, das ist toll. Heiße. Bubere. Ja. Bubere. Holzer. Heiße. Bereite. Ja. Bubere. Bubere. Ja. Ja. Das ist Bereite. Ja. Bubere. Bereite. Bubere. Ja. Das ist toll. Bubere.
Welcome to the chat, Martin the Bob and Galatonic. Thank you.
Buvere. Das war Bereise. Ja. Buvere.
ich soll. Holzer. Bereite. Holzer. Hey, ja? Ja, es war. Hey, ja. Hey, ja, das ist toll.
Heise.
Bereite. Ouvert.
Holzer. Hey, ja. Heise. Das ist Holzer. Geräte.
Ja? Hey, ja? Nächste.
These elephants are certainly very, very tanky. I would have expected the scorpions to have some kind of bonus damage against them. No, the extra TCs didn't put me behind. It's just my military selection. I could have very easily spammed a ton of military units in the time it took to actually bring these forth. I was thinking monks initially, but there were too many to actually consider it. And then I was just focusing on siege, and you can see how that turned out. Aye, siege onagers would have been the way. I think if I had siege onagers and villagers dancing in front of them to dodge archer fire, that could have probably done it as well. I know, right? I liked the 150 bills. I did get the eco up and running and siege out very quickly. Yes, of course, Meralda. Let's see here. Mods. And then for the UI, it's these two here. If you want the 1200p screen, then this would be the patch to place on a higher priority than the baseline. This is the 1080p screen. If you look up CMD and place the, on the browse mods section, CMD, and go down to date created to make it so the newest is on top, it'll appear here. For these ones here. And this is basically AI generated, but I like the look of these, so I put them on. And then for the resource icons, I mean. Then we have CMD super extended tooltips. That's by Higsby. One tale before the next game. Little Briar Rose. A long time ago there were a king and a queen who said every day, "Ah, if only we had a child." But they never had one. But it happened that once when the queen was bathing, a frog crept out of the water onto the land and said to her, "Your wish shall be fulfilled. Before a year has gone by, you shall have a daughter." But the frog had said, what the frog had said came true, and the queen had a little girl, who was so pretty that the king could not contain himself for joy, and ordered a great feast. He invited not only his kindred, friends, and acquaintances, but also the wise woman, in order that they might be kind and well disposed towards the child. There were 13 of them in his kingdom, but as he had only 12 golden plates for them to eat out of, one of them had to be left at home. The feast was held with all manner of splendor, and when it came to an end, the wise woman bestowed their magic gifts upon the baby. One gave virtue, the other, another, beauty, a third, riches, and so on with everything in the world that one can wish for. When 11 of them had made their promises, suddenly the 13th came in. She wished to avenge herself for not having been invited, and without greeting or even looking at anyone, she cried with a loud voice, "The king's daughter shall in her 15th year prick herself with a spindle and fall down dead." And without saying a word more, she turned round and left the room. They were all shocked, but by the 12th, whose good wish still remained unspoken, came forward, and as she could not undo the evil sentence, but only soften it, she said, "It shall not be death, but a deep sleep for 100 years, into which the princess shall fall." The king, who would fain keep his dear daughter, his dear child, from the misfortune, gave orders that every spindle in the whole kingdom should be burned. Meanwhile, the gifts of the wise woman were plenteously fulfilled on the young girl, for she was so beautiful, modest, good-natured, and wise, that everyone who saw her was bound to love her. It happened that on the very day when she was 15 years old, the king and queen were not at home, and the maiden was left in the palace quite alone. So she went round into all sorts of places, looked into rooms and bedchambers, just as she liked, and at last came to an old tower. She climbed up the narrow winding staircase, and reached a little door. A rusty key was in the lock, and when she turned it, the door sprang open, and there in a little room sat an old woman with a spindle, busily spinning her flax. "Good day, old mother," said the king's daughter. "What are you doing there?" "I am spinning," said the old woman, and nodded her head. "What sort of thing is that rattles round so merrily?" said the girl, and she took the spindle and wanted to spin too, but scarcely had she touched the spindle when the magic decree was fulfilled, and she decreed her finger with it, and she pricked her finger with it. And in the very moment when she felt the prick, she fell down upon the bed that stood there, and lay in a deep sleep. And this sleep extended over the whole palace. The king and the queen, who had just come home, and had entered the great hall, began to go to sleep, and the whole of the court with them. The horses, too, went to sleep in the stable, and the dogs in the yard, the pigeons upon the roof, and the flies in the wall. Even the fire that was flaming on the hearth became quiet, and slept. The roast meat left off frizzling, and the cook, who was just going to pull the hair of the scullery boy because he had forgotten something, let him go, and went to sleep. And the wind fell, and the trees before the castle, not a leaf moved again. But round about the castle there began to grow a hedge of thorns, which every year became higher, and at last grew close up around the castle and all over it, so that there was nothing of it to be seen, not even the flag upon the roof. But the story of the beautiful sleeping briar rose, for so the princess was named, went about the country, so that from time to time kings' sons came and tried to get through the thorny hedge into the castle, but they found it impossible, for the thorns held fast together, as if they had hands, and the youth were caught in them, could not get loose again, and died a miserable death. After long, long years, a king's son came again to the country, and heard an old man talking about the thorn hedge, and that a castle was said to stand behind it, in which a wonderfully beautiful princess named Briar Rose had been asleep for 100 years, and that the king and queen and whole court were asleep likewise. He had heard, too, from his grandfather, that many kings' sons had already come, and had tried to get through the thorny hedge, but they had remained sticking fast in it, and had died a pitiful death. Then the youth said, I am not afraid. I will go and see the beautiful Briar Rose. And the good old man might dissuade him as he would, and he did not listen to his words. But by this time the 100 years had just passed, and the day had come when the Briar Rose was to awake again. When the king's son came near to the thorn hedge, it was nothing but large and beautiful flowers, which parted from each other of their own accord, and let him pass unheard. Then they closed again behind him like a hedge. In the castle yard he saw horses, and the spotted hounds lying asleep. On the roof sat the pigeons with their heads under their wings, and when he entered the house, the flies were asleep upon the wall. The cook in the kitchen was still holding out his hand to seize the boy, and the maid was sitting by the black hen, which she was going to pluck. He went on farther, and in the great hall he saw the whole of the court lying asleep, and up by the throne lay the king and queen. Then they went on still farther, and all was so quiet that a breath could be heard, and at last he came to the tower, and opened the door into the little room where Briar Rose was sleeping. There she lay, so beautiful that he could not turn his eyes away, and he stooped down and gave her a kiss. But as soon as he kissed her, Briar Rose opened her eyes and awoke, and looked at him quite sweetly. Then they went down together, and the king awoke, and the queen and the whole court looked at each other in great astonishment, and the horses in the courtyard stood up and shook themselves. The hounds jumped up and wagged their tails. The pigeons upon the roof pulled out their heads from under their wings, looked around, and flew into the open country. The flies on the wall crept again. The fire in the kitchen burned up, and flickered and cooked the meat. The joint began to turn and sizzle again, and the cook gave the boy such a box on the ear that he screamed. And the maid finished plucking the fowl, and then the marriage of the king's son with the Briar Rose was celebrated with all splendor, and they lived contented to the end of their days. The end. Thank you for welcome to the chat, Eddie Ortiz. He states, lol, I played against you some days ago. Annoying as hell, but funny as hell too. Hope you get far. Thank you very much. I appreciate you greatly. We shall see where the wheel turns. Oh goodness, I feel lighted breath. I must take care to breathe when reading, I believe.
Das ist toll. Hey, ja? Ja, Rete. Hey, ja?
Ja.
Well, luckily, killing the boars with the town center is no longer laming yourself. It was a recent change, generally. So now, if you kill a boar, or in this case, a tapir, with anything, buildings, military units, villagers, etc., they will simply retain their food to be gathered. No bother.
Jäger. Ja? Das ist toll.
Bereit.
There we go.
Ja. Ja.
Heiße? Woche. Bereite. Rete. Hey, ja? Ja. Heiße? Jäger. Woche. Jäger.
Heise. Ja. Bereite.
Hey, ja?
Jägere.
Bereite. Ja? Woche. Rete.
Ja. Heise.
Das ist Holzer. Heiße? Holzer. Ja? Das ist Holzer. Holzer. Bereite. Holzer. Holzer.
Bereite. Holzer.
Hey, ja? Rete. Ja? Ja. Wäre. Hey, ja? Wäre.
Ja. Das ist toll. Bubere. 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 Bubere.
Wäre.
Heise. Ja.
Woche.
Eventually I'll get into the habit of actually building these two here. It'll just take a moment. Just the ones that seem friendly. Welcome to the chat, Pac-Man Polska. Most of the time, yes, but sometimes the push can be severe enough that it'll actually break me. But it depends specifically whether or not I can match their offensive with a defensive offensive. Usually villagers are enough, but I can add in military if need be. Ah, he was going all in, that's why. He was fairly honorable in that he went for his usual strategy, the strategy he was intending, rather than what might counter me. So, good to know I can counter some all-ins. Such would be a good thing, perhaps. I see.
Ja, Hubert.
I have a 1200 piece screen. 1920 times 1200. The usual is 1900 1080.
Heiße?
So the larger screen you have, the more you can zoom out naturally. However, the larger screen you have, sometimes the UI can be less dependable. Only in the sense that he might gain some inspiration defensively through me, but elsewise, I don't think there's much of anything I can coach him with.
Heiße? Ja, Suche. Bereite. Hubert.
It would appear that I completely forgot my housing. Not a good thing.
Hey, ja. Ja, Suche. Ja. Bereite. Heiße?
I agree. It would be very nice if I could get we could get some pointers from him. I want to see this improve greatly.
Heiße, das ist voll. Bereite. Heiße, ja, Wasser.
I have no idea where my secondary stone is. I am only hoping it's over here. Since the gold's here. Maybe it's in the front of the base.
Das ist soll.
The scout will go and scout it. Surprisingly, it is not. Alright, looks like this stone is the stone of the ages. Oh no, what am I doing? Nope, don't want that. In you go. House now, please. Housing is a must. Now to find that stone, if it exists. I don't really know this map very well. I know it's open on the edges, but I don't know it very well. Now to expedite. Only a minute late. Just only.
Heiße?
Normally I try to be up around just prior to the 16 mark, but preferably the 15 mark. Still trying to perfect that food balance leading up to there.
Das ja. Heiße? Holzer. Bereite.
Holzer. Geräte.
Ah, outer stones. Yes, I have been considering it. I've been trying to get to that point. Every now and then, I'm able to do it consistently. However, I need to work on it. When to stop doing the food and when to focus on everything else. Rather, the stone villagers and the wood villagers focus on helping the food get to a point where it can be a quick castle age while still getting the wood upgrade and possibly the stone upgrade. I can expedite it by only getting the wood upgrade, but I prefer to get the stone upgrade as well for defensive means. So I'm trying to find that exact timing where I'll stop having the wood and stone villagers on food and focus them on the wood and food.
Hey, ja. Holzer. Bereite.
I usually go up with 23. 24 is good, however, it leaves them at a danger. I'd have to go 24 no loom. If I can go up 23, then I can usually beat archer timings for the tower defense. But 24, it's a danger in that while I'm walling, I might get scout rushed or militia rushed. Or a combination. Now, I could go with just 5 villagers on stone, and it can work out that way. It is fairly dependent on how much towers I need early on. If the opponent is going for an archer type civ, I'll assume archer rush. And often, something. Yeah, I believe players will treat this like arena and just get the relics quickly, but a really quick castle age. Albeit with a small wall in the back, perhaps. Burgundians, I'll assume cavalry and just go for the castle initially. I'm good now. Alrighty. there. I want it over here instead. Okay. Now to get keeps. I'll need you to do that. There we go. Now mangonels will be counterable. I can be rid of these palisades. I will be needing some outer stones, so hopefully he hasn't gone for them yet, but it's a possibility. I'll need to stonewall these towers, just so if he brings in mass cavalry, they aren't ultimately immediately snipeable. I'll need to go for the gold. Imperial? Well, I suppose it is about that time. That must have meant he went up like the 27 mark, roughly? Ah, okay. Let's see. And up. Incoming castle. Alright. Won't be able to counter that going up just yet. Sapper villagers will be out of the question due to the Cavalier. I'll go for a multi-castle approach. I'll go ahead and wall off a section here so that it will be somewhat defensible with trebuchets. And then this one will become a gate, and this a wall. this one the same. These guys can go to the outer rim for a moment. And incoming shrubs. Stone mining is coming in good. I'll add some towers here to be sure.
Bereite. Ouvert. 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 Over. Ouvert. Over.
Just in case he actually snipes a tree there. I definitely need more wood. Now I shall add some bombard cannons to snipe those trebuchets if they come near. Meanwhile, wood is still a must. Stone mining operation is a success. I will replace these with a castle and move this gate one up. Adding in crenellations. I'm considering scorpions or master Teutonic knights. I think the safe bet at the moment will be Teutonic knights, and I'm realizing I am low on the food at the moment. I'll have to expedite. Bringing in bombard cannons. Adding more to woodline as well as food. He has bombard cannons. Very good. Then Teutonic Knights will be the choice until I see hand cannons. Hand cannons are what I worry about at the moment. In which case, the bombard cannons will have to do work while the Teutonic Knights are nearby. 3 bombard cannons almost, just one more to go. Then I'll be able to one-tap the trebuchets. Expediting food a little bit more. Adding in Teutonic Knights. And I'm housed. A little less on gold. Oh, well, that's not good. Three bombard cannons. I'll start adding in mass hand cannons to basically replace what I would be doing in Scorpions, since I have enough castles.
Zerstörme. Ja, das ist ja. Das ist so. Sasa. Das war. Heese? Ja, das war. Ja. Ja, das ist ja. Das ist so. Ja. Ja, das ist so. Das war. Das war. Ja, das ist so. Streetet. Das war. Das ist ja. Das war. So. Das ist so. Das ist. Das war. Das ist so. Der Reiter. Das ist so. Heese? Ja, das war. Ja. Ja. Das war. Ja. Zerstörung. Ja. Heese? Ja, das ist ja. Das war. Das ist so. Das war. Das ist so. Das war. Dies war heiße, bereite, zerstöre, dies war, das ist so. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Dies war.
Hey,
Geboren. Ouvert. 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 Ouvert.
bereite.
Bereite. Das war. Ouvert.
Dies war. Ja. Ja. Das ist so. Bereite. Ja. Dies war.
Ja. Heiße.
Dies war bereit. Ja. Ja. Bereit. Dies war. Heiße? Ja. Das ist so. Dies war. Dies war. Das ist so. Dies war so. Ja. Ja. Das ist so. Dies war. Ja. Das ist so. Dies war so. Ja. Zerstörme. Dies ja. Das ist ja. Das ist ja. Das ist so. Heiße? Dies war. Dies war. Ja. Dies war. Zerstörme. Ja. Das ist so. Ja.
Ja. Holzer.
Ja. Zerstörme. Heiße? Ja, das ist so. Ja. Dies war
Bereite. Ja.
bereit. Ja. Dies war Streete.
Heiße.
Gebure. Gebure.
Hey.
Heiße?
Heiße. Obere.
Ja, das ist so. Ja, dies war Heiße. Das ist so. Ja, dies war das ist so. Dies war Sasa. Ja, dies war ja. Dies war dies ja. Heiße. Das ist dies war bereit. Heiße. Ja. Sasa. Dies war dies war. Dies war dies war. Dies war dies war. Das ist so. Sasa. Ja, dies war so. Dies war ja. Dies war, das ich soll. Ja, dies war, das ich, dies war, das ich soll. Dies war, ja, dies war, ja, dies war, ich soll. Dies war,
Hey, ja?
Buvere.
bereit, das ich soll. Dies war, ja, das ich, ja, dies war, das ich soll. Zerstören. Heiße?
Heiße? Lick mal.
Bereit, dies war. Ja, das ich, ja, das ich soll. Dies war, ja, dies war, ja, dies war, soll. Sasa, dies war, ja, das ich, ja, das ich soll. Dies war, das ich, dies war, das ich, dies war. Street, ja, dies war, das ich, dies war, das ich, dies war. Heiße? Ja, das ich soll. Dies war soll. Ja. Heiße?
Hey, ja? Heiße?
And if you include blast radius as part of the equation, Ethiopians and Bohemians, if attacking just out of range, attack grounding near the castle will hit the castle. But elsewise, you can always chank a unit in front of the castle and have the bombard cannons behind that unit, depending on the height of the unit.
Ja.
Heiße? Ja, dass ich soll. Bereit? Ja, dies war. Ja, dies war. Ja, dies war. Ich soll. Ja, ja, dies war. Ja, dass ich soll. Dies war. Ja, dass ich soll. Dies war. Ich soll. Ja, dies war. Heiße? Dies war. Dies war. Bereit? Heiße? Dies war. Ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war.
Actually, in late game, wood will be worth more than stone.
Heiße? Bereit? Streeted.
Heiße? Blickmann. Blickmann. Ja.
Heiße? Ja, dies war. Bereit? Heiße? Dass ich soll. Bereit? Ja, dies war. Ja, dies war. Ich soll. Zerstörung. Bereit? Dies war. Ja. Dass ich soll. Sasa, dies ich soll. Dass ich soll. Ja. Ja, dies war. Zerstörung. Dies war. Dass ich soll. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Dass ich soll. Heiße? Ja. Heiße? Dies war. Dass ich soll. Bereit? Dies war. Streeted. Ja, dies war. Heiße? Dass ich soll. Bereit? Ja.
Bereit.
The enemy is doing a great job on keeping me away from the wood line, though, even though it is nearby. I will try to make a healing fortress formation so I can actually hold the wood line.
Ja.
Ja, ja.
Ja.
Heiße? Dies war.
In the meantime, I will continue
Dass ich soll.
poking him.
Ja, dies war. Dass ich soll. Zerstürme. Bereit? Dies war. Ja, dies war. Dass ich soll. Heiße? Dies war. Dass ich soll. Sasa. Dies war. Dies war. Dass ich soll. Dies war. Dass ich soll. Ja. Ja, dies war. Street, dass ich war. Dass ich war. Dass ich war. Bereit? Dass ich soll. Zerstürme. Ja. Sasa. Streeted. Bereit? Dass ich war. Ja, ja. Dies war. Ja. Dass ich war. Dies war. Ja. Dies war, dass ich soll. Heiße, dass ich soll. Ja, ja. Dass ich, dies war, ja, dies war, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Dies war, dass ich, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Ja. Dies war, ja. Bereite, dies war, heiße, dass ich soll. Ja, ja. Sasa, dass ich soll. Dies war, ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Dies war, heiße, dass ich soll. Ja. Bereite, ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Heiße, ja, dies war, Sister, ja, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Dies war, dass ich soll, ja, dass ich dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Ja. Bereite. Ja, ja, dies war, soll. Ja, dies war, Sasa. Ja. Bereite, dass ich soll. Ja. Dies war. Ja. Heiße, dass ich soll. Dies war, dies war, dass ich soll. Dies war. Ja. Ja, dass ich soll. Heiße, bereite, ja, dies war, ich soll. Dies war heiße. Ja. Ja, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Dies war, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Ja, heiße, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war, bereite, dass ich soll. Dies war, dies dass ich soll. Heiße, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war, dass ich dies war soll. Sister, dass ich dies, was ich ja. Steht sich, dies, was ich soll, dies war. Ja. Dies, was ich, dass ich soll, dies war, ja, dies war. Sister, dass ich, ja, dass ich, ja, dass ich, dies, was ich war, ja, dies war, dass ich soll, dies war. Sasa, dass ich, dass ich, dass ich soll, ja, dies war, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dies war, dass ich soll. Ja, ja, dies war, streetet, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war, dies war, dass ich soll. Dass ich, ja, dies war, dass ich, dass ich, ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Dies war, dies war, dass ich, ja, dass ich, dies war. Ja. Dass ich soll. Dies war, dass ich, ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Heiße? Zerstören. Heiße. Zerstören. Sasa. Das ist so.
Holzer.
Heiße.
Hey, ja.
Zerstören. Ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war. Heiße, dass ich soll, dass ich soll. Bereite, heiße, dies war, ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war, dass ich soll. Bereite, ja, dies war, dass ich soll.
Hey ja.
Heiße,
Ja.
dies war, ja. Bereite, ja, ja, streetet. Dies war, soll, ja, dass ich dies war, ja, zerstören. Heiße, dies war.
Heiße. Bereit.
Bereite, heiße, bereite, ja. Heiße, bereite. Heiße, ja, bereite, ja, dass ich soll. Ja, heiße, dass ich soll. Bereite, ja, dies war. Ja. Bereite, dies war, dass ich dies war. Heiße,
Bereite.
ja, dass ich soll. Bereit, ja. Heiße, zerstören. Ja, dies war. Heiße. Bereit, soll. Ja. Streetet. Bereit, ja. Heiße, dies war. Soll. Bereit, dies war. Heiße, ich soll. Ja. Bereit, Sasa. Ja, streetet. Zerstören. Heiße, dies ja. Soll. Ja, zerstören. Ja, dies war. Heiße, dies war. Soll. Ja, ja, dass ich soll. Bereite. Heiße, dies war, ich soll. Ja, bereite. Sasa. Dies war Heiße? Das ich soll. Dies war ich soll. Zerstürme. Bereit. Dies war das ich soll. Ja? Ja. Dies war Heiße?
Ja.
Ja, das ich soll. Ja, bereit. Dies war Heiße? Das ich war, das ich soll. Strite. Dies war... Ja, das ich soll. Bereit. Das Zerstürme. Dies war, ja, bereit, Strite. Ja. Heiße? Dies war so. Das ist so. Ja, dies war so. Ja, bereit. Zerstörung. Heiße? Ja. Heiße? Ja, ja, das ist dies war... Bereite?
Bereit.
Ja, dies war... Ja, ja.
Heiße? Geboren.
Heiße? Bereite? Das ich soll. Dies war... Ja.
Ja. Bitte.
Bereite? Ich soll. Ja. Heiße? Dies war... Das ich soll. Ja, dies das ich soll. Heiße? Bereite? Ja. Heiße? Ja, dies das ich soll. Dies war... Das ich soll. Dies war... Bereit? Das ich soll. Heiße?
Das Blickmann.
Bereite? Zerstörme. Steht es. Bereite? Das ich dies war... Heiße? Das ich soll. Dies das ich soll. Dies war...
Ja. Ja. Bitte. Dies
Ja,
war.
ja. Das ist, dies war, dies war. Das ist so. Dies war.
Bereite. Ouvert. Ouvert. Hey, ja. Ouvert.
Heiße,
Ouvert.
das ist war. Ja, das ist so. Dies war. Das ist dies war. Ja, das ist so.
Ja. Ja. Bitte.
Dies war.
Heiße. Dies ist soll. Dies war.
Ja, das ist so. Dies war, dies war. Heiße, das ist so. Bereite. Ja, dies war Zerstürme. Ja, bereite. Dies war so. Heiße, das ist so. Ja. Streetet. Dies war, dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dies war, ja.
Bereite.
Bereite, ja. Heiße,
Ja. Ouvert.
bereite, Uber, Heiße, Uber, bereite,
Bereite. Hey, ja. Ouvert. Hey, ja. Ouvert. Bereite. Ouvert.
Hey, ja. Das ist so. Rete. Ja, das ist so.
We have two relics. The opponent has the advantage in that regard.
Heiße, das war Uber,
Ouvert. Ouvert. Ja. Hey, ja. Heiße, dass ich soll. Ouvert.
Highest personally low about 1400. Average recently was 1250. Average mostly it's 1150. Currently attempting to fight back from you low 1000s. Or mid 1000s. Yes, pulls are allowed, as well as gambling points.
Heise.
Stürme. Dies war Streeted. Ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war Heiße, dass ich soll.
Ja, geboren. Ouvert. Heisse, geboren. Hey, ja?
Ja, dies war ich soll. Dies war Bereite. Ja, dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dies war, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war. Ja. Heiße. Dies war. Bereite. Heiße. Dass ich, dass ich soll. Ja, dies war. Dies war.
Bereite.
Ja, dass ich soll. Bereite. Heiße. Ja. Das ist war. Ja. Heiße. Dies war. Ja, dass ich soll. Das ist war. Ja, dass ich war. Bereite. Dass ich soll. Heiße. Ja, dies ich soll. Ja, heiße. Dies war. Dass ich. Dies war. Dies war. Bereitet? Ja, dies war... Das ist so. Ja, bereitet? Dies war... Heiße? Ja, ja, das ist so. Bereitet? Dies war... Heiße? Ja, dies war... Dies war... Ja, ja, dies war... Ja, dies war... Das ist so. Das ist so. Heiße? Ja, ja, dies war... Dies war... Ja, dies war... Bereitet? Das ist so. Dies war... Heiße? Das ist so. Zerstörme. Ja, bereitet? Das ist so. Ja, dies war... Bereitet? Heiße? Ja, dies war... So. Bereitet? Dies war... Ja, dies war...
Hey, ja? Es war ouvert.
Heiße? Dies war so. Ja, ja, das ist so. Heiße? Dies war, ja, dies war, dies war, ja, dies war, das ist so. Bereitet? Ja, das ist so. Dies war, das ist so. Dies war, so. Das ist war. Dies war, das ist, dies war, so. Das ist, ja, das ist, dies war, das ist so. Dies war. Bereitet? Das ist so. Dies war, so. Ja, ja. Bereitet? Dies ist so. Heiße? Ja, dies war so. Heiße? Dies war so. Ja. Bereitet? Heiße? Bereitet? Das ist, das ist so. Steht heiße? Dies war, das ist so. Dies war, ja. Das ist so. Ja. Ja, dies, ja, das ist so. Bereitet? Ja. Das ist so. Das ist so. Dies war heiße? Ja. Ja, das ist, dies war. Ja. Bereitet? Das ist so. Heiße? Ja. Bereitet? Dies, das ist, ja, dies war. Ja, ja, dies war, dies war, dies war, dies war, ja, das ist, ja, dies war, das ist, dies war, heiße? Das ist so. Das ist, ja, dies, ja, das ist, ja, das ist, dies war, dies war. Bereitet? Ja, dies war, so. Ja. Ja. Dies, ja, dies war, dies war, dies, ja, dies war, das ist, ja, heiße? Das ist so. Zerstörme. Ja. Zerstörme. Dies war. Ja. Bereitet? Ja, das ist so. Heiße? Bereitet? Ja, das ist heiße? So. Ja. Ja. Bereitet? Dies war, ja, dies war heiße? Ja, dies war, ja. So. Heiße? Heiße? Das ist so. Dies war, dies war, bereitet? Dies war so. Ja, dies war, das ist so. Ja, das ist so. Dies war, das ist so. Steht bereitet? Dies war, ja, ja, dies war, ja. Dies war, das ist so. Dies war, das ist so. Dies war, das ist so. Das ist so, heiße? Das ist so, ja, das ist so. Ja, dies war. Das ist so, dies war, dies war, dies war, ja, dies war, ja, dies war, dies war. Bereitet? So, heiße? Steht ja, heiße? Ja, bereitet? Ja, das ist so. Ja, dies war, ja.
Not looking good. Not looking good.
Heiße? Das ich soll. Dies war, das ich soll.
I would have liked to have had cavalry by now, but I don't think I had the option.
Heiße? Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Dies war.
My main goal is to be victorious in military conquest. I don't necessarily like to raid the opponent, but I will do so for relics. But if I end up defeating his army, then I'll end up destroying the economy over here. But the opponent did well. Let's see how many relics are on the map. Ah, there are a total of 7 relics on this one. He had 5. No one there. I think this would have been a lot more doable if he only had 3. Well, 7 maps, or 7 relics on the map. Not 9, but 7. Oh wait. Holy moly, there's another one. That's 8. So he was missing one of them, just was right over here, so that's 8 total that I could see. Is there 9? That is a question. There's definitely 8. There can be 9 if there's Armenians. But if there is 9, there can be 10 if there's Armenians. Okay, now that I've adjusted it, this is the only relic remaining left ungained. The only other way would be if he has a monk holding a relic somewhere and he forgot about it. Which I'm not seeing unless it's garrisoned. The game with Hera will be likely soon. We're in talks currently about the timing. Yes, actually. So far, we've agreed on runestones. I'll have 5 relics. If he wants, he can have the 6. And I will build up my fortress as well as I may, and he will attack me when I'm ready. Well, Debar, you are one of those I saw as generally nice in their chatting. So, alongside a bunch of others, I gave what I must.
Hey, ja. Ouvert. Ouvert. Ja, ouvert.
Ja, Suche.
Heise. Rete.
Ja. Heise. Suche. Suche. Ja.
Hey, ja. Bereite. Ouvert.
Bereite, dass ich soll. Suche. Es war. Kube. Suche.
Ja. Woha. Heise. Ouvert. Ouvert. Woha. Ja. Woha. Hey, ja.
Ja.
Bereite. Heise. Rete.
Heise.
Hey, ja. Ouvert. Woha.
Bereite.
As for the build order, it's a bit variable at the moment. I've been trying to experiment and attempting to ensure that the castle age is consistently about the 15-minute mark rather than the 16-minute mark. However, it's not quite to that point yet.
Ja. Suche.
Bereite.
Bereite.
Yes, I have been able to do that. But consistently defensively, it's a bit troublesome to do so.
Ja. Heiße? Hey, ja.
Das ist toll. Ja.
Ja.
Hey, ja. Bereite. Ja. Suche. Heiße. Bereite. Ja. Geräte. Suche. Hey, ja. Heiße.
Heiße? Gold.
Ah, there they are.
Bereite. Das war.
Ja. Jägere. 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 Räte. Das Holzer. Bereite. Holzer.
Ja.
Heiße?
Das ist toll.
Ja.
Holzer. Bubere.
I'm not very good at rushing in general. That's more so of me as a player rather than the strategy itself.
Heiße?
Suche.
Ah, no wonder. There we go. I am against the Magyars. This will be interesting.
Ja.
Jägere. Das war. Hey, ja. Heiße.
Alrighty, scouts will be incoming shortly. I'll have to expedite these guys to the wood line.
Bereite. Ja.
And these guys to the stone line.
Bereite.
Hopefully I wall up in time. It's possible I'll be caught unawares. I'll need this here, that there, and these over here, and that there. Immediately. And you lot are late.
Ja.
Bereite. Ja.
Hey, ja. Heiße? Bereite. Hauber. Ja. Räte. Heiße?
Oh no, you don't. Get back over there. And you lot
Ja.
to work.
Heiße? Das ist Wasser. Bereite.
I'm not liking these hills, but I'll have to go south.
Ja. Hey, ja. Bereite. Holzer, Holzer. Hey, ja.
Heia, bereite, heise, heia, over, bereite, das ist over. Ja, das ist toll. Wäre. Heia. Wäre. Heise.
Bereite. Ja. Uber. Hey, ja.
Ja, wäre.
Bereite. Ja. Woche. Heise. Geboren. Ja. Bereite. Ja. Hey, ja. Heise. Ja. Bereite. Hey, ja. Ouvert. 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 Ja. Ouvert. Heise. Bereite.
It's a hill. Okay.
Ouvert.
One short.
Hey, ja? Ja, ja, das ich soll. Heiße, Ruhe. Bereite. Hey, ja? Bereite. Ouvert. Heiße? Ouvert.
Ja.
Ja, hey, ja, heiße? Holzer. Holzer. Holzer.
Bereite. Dies war Rete.
Ja? Ouvert. Bereite. Hey, ja?
Ja. Dies war ja Rete. Das ich soll. Rete. Ja.
Ja? Das ich soll. Hey, ja? Ouvert. Heiße? Bereite. Hey, ja? Ouvert. Ja? Ouvert. Bereite. Ouvert. Hey, ja? Ouvert. Ja? Bereite. Heiße? Hey, ja? Ouvert. Heiße? Ouvert.
Heiße? Ja. Rete. Das ich soll. Rete. Ja. Das ich soll. Dies
Bereite. Ja? Ouvert. Sauber. Hey, ja? Bereite. Bereite.
For the most part, to win against AI. However, they did make recent changes to it that I haven't really tested. I didn't lose the first time that I've done it recently against Extreme, so I'll need to make sure to be a bit more careful. But elsewise, it's usually a win.
Hey, ja?
Ubere, Holzer. Das ist toll, das war. Ubere.
Pace?
Ja. Holzer, Holzer, Holzer.
Der Reiter, dies war
If the opponent survives. Now, the Healing Fortress is specifically utilized against melee units, generally. If I am to bring it out early. But elsewise, it is more of a late game portion that it comes out at its best. Great Scots! Oh, bother. I'm surprised I didn't get a single hit in on the foremost siege onager. Well, the fortress wasn't even complete. What time is it? Alright, I'm just gonna utilize the restroom. I'll be right back. Notepad. Hmm. Thank you very much for the bit donation, Disco Ghost. And so begins another Arabia. Now I do hope the Hill generation is not so claustrophobic around the town center. That would be the dream.
Bereite. Ouvert.
Heisse. Ouvert.
Ja, das war.
Ja.
Alright, now this is a generation.
Heisse. Hey, ja. Bereite. Ouvert. Heisse. Hey, ja. Ja. Ja, das ist voll. Bereite.
That was at least remotely stressful.
Ja. Heisse. Hey, ja. Ja. Heisse. ja.
Rabbits. Very good.
Ja. Suche. Bereite. Suche. Suche. Ja.
Das war.
Heiße.
Ja. Ja.
Das ist toll.
Bereite.
Bereite. Ja. 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 Das ist toll. Das war. Bubere. Heiße.
Woche.
Ja. Suche. Ja. Suche. Bereite. Bubere.
Heiße. Du wäre.
Heiße.
Ja. Rete. Hey, ja. Bereite. Jägerin. 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 Jägerin.
Ja. Suche. Das
Heiße.
ist Jäger.
Hey, ja.
Heiße.
Heiße. Bereite. Jägerin.
Ja.
Ja.
Jägere. Ja. Heiße. Jägere. Holzer. Ja. Jägere. Holzer.
Heiße.
Das war. Bubere. Bereite.
Holzer.
Heiße. Holzer. Ja. Bubere. Heiße. Bereite. Bubere. Bubere. Buber. Bubere. Bubere. Ja. Bubere. Ja. Bubere. Bubere. Heiße. Bubere.
Hey, ja. Bereite. Du wäre. Du wäre. Du wäre. Du wäre. Du wäre.
You would spend a lot more res doing a full wall than these small walls, mind. And this is a lot less walk distance, it's easier to expedite the wall. And you can defend it well.
Ja?
It's a lot more defensible than a full wall, in which case, you'd have to have a villager near every portion of a full wall to actually defend the wall. I only trust a full wall if it's a stone wall, and even then, I don't really trust it much.
Bereite. Hey, ja, Hauber, ja, Hubert, das war Hauber.
Ja, Hubert, Hauber.
Hey, ja, Hubert, Hauber. Bereite, Hubert, Hauber.
Ja,
Heise? Hey, ja, ja, geboren. Hubert, 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 Hubert. Das ist soll. Hubert, Hubert, Hubert. Heise? Bereite, Hubert. Heise? Hubert. Ja, Hubert. Bereite, Hubert. Hey, ja, Hubert. Heise?
Heise, Hubert.
Hey, ja, Bereite. Hey, ja, Bereite. Heise? Ja. Hey, ja, Hubert.
Bereite. Buvere. Ja. Buvere. Buvere.
Bereite. Ja, Heise? Hey, ja, Bereite. Heise? Ja, es war. Bereite. Hey, ja, Hubert. Ja, Hubert. Hubert. Holzer.
Buvere, ja, Buvere.
Bereite. Hubert.
Oopsie daisy. One tile too many.
Bereit, ja? Hey, ja?
Bereit?
Uber, weißt du? Bereit. Hey, ja? Ja? Over. Das war. Bereit. Holzer. Ja, Holzer. Weißt du? Hey, over. Over. Ja. Bereit. Ja? Das ist soll. Das ist soll. Das ja, red ja. Das ist soll. Das war. Hey, ja? Weißt du?
Das ist so.
Heja, bereit, Rete.
Räte. Bereit. Ja. Over. Hey, ja? Bereit. Ja. Hey, ja? Weißt du? Bereit. Das ist soll. Uber. Uber. Weißt du? Ja. Das ist soll. Das war. Räte. Ja. Hey, ja? Ja. Das ist soll.
I did do a few narrations earlier. I'll do some more. Ah, well. One thing's for sure, I have neglected my food. Sadly, the gates won't work that way. When they're one tile away from the castle, the units will just ungarrison not through the gates, but directly into the castle base and won't be able to move. Hello there, Kush. I do like to have at least a minimum of 2 petards if I can. That way, if the opponent suddenly castle drops, they can be instantly countered. However, I think that this is the GG for this one. Yes, at times I do make spears, but I don't like to sustain them, at least not for long periods of time. It generally depends on what my resources are at the time. At times, I will go for an offensive, such as spears, Teutonic knights, and rams in Castle Age, but it depends. I believe that my mind is a bit too tired to play the expert bot. I fear that I do not have an offensive in plan in store for it. And if the opponent decides to utilize mass elephants again like last time... Oh wait, it was actually Bohemian war wagons, wasn't it? Ah. I've actually increased my volume prior. If I increase it more, I fear that it'll hurt my own ears, alongside others. Make sure your volume is all the way up on your PC as well as on the stream. And I've forgotten to read again. Perhaps after this stream. Or after this game. Oh. Oh no. I require a sheep. Well, apparently this is a thing. This was not intentional, mind, but I might as well. You guys will be the end of me. And I will say it's only because I happen to be in the area. And I have certainly destroyed myself by not keeping sheep near me at all times. Oh no. This was not in the plan.
Heiße? Woha, woha.
Ja, das war bereite. Bu wäre. Ja,
Es war, dass ich soll. Hey, ja?
ja, heiße wäre. Bereite,
Ja?
dass ich soll. Bu wäre. Heiße, Jägere. Gerät, dass ich soll. Gerät, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll.
Bereite.
Hey, ja, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Hey, dass ich soll.
Ja? Jäger.
Hey, ja. Ja, Suche, Jägere. Bereite. Heiße.
You're right. It is a dude.
Hey, ja.
That is fantastic.
Ja, bereite.
Hey, ja?
Suche.
Bereite. Ja, äußern.
Ja,
Heiße? Rete.
On a hill, it would depend on the size of the hill. And this hill is nice and large, but it's not enough for 4 town centers. It can be utilized for a corner fortress, however, if desired. The Portuguese version can be just as defensive, if not more so long term. Churchins are a menace. Yes, they are one of the big 5. The big 5 for me Teutons, Portuguese, Churchins, Georgians, and goodness gracious.
Hey, ja. Heiße? Das ich soll. Du wäre. Ja.
Georgians have towers, scorpion towers in disguise, and they are very powerful.
Hey, ja.
Oh no, not again.
Bereite. Du wäre. Ja. Holzer. Bereite.
Savan towers are the best in the game.
Du wäre. Heiße? Du wäre. Hey, ja. Bereite. Ja. Sauber. Hey, ja. Heiße? Sauber. Ja, es war. Du wäre. Heiße? Sauber.
Gap? I don't see a gap.
Heiße?
Hey, ja. Bereite. Du wäre. Du wäre. Sauber. Heiße? Hey, ja.
Oh, he's on all the relics. Okay. Surely this is revenge. Revenge.
Bereite.
You would dare escape me with the monk, you dirty. I have failed. I have failed. Okay. This is going to be very interesting.
Bereite. Hey, ja. Holzer. Heiße?
Okay, he's just gonna have all the relics. For now. Perhaps forever. We shall see.
Ja. Du wäre. Du wäre. Bereite. Soll. West, ja. Du wäre. Heiße? Du wäre.
And so begins
Hey, ja.
the end.
Bereite.
Two in a row? That does not bode well for me. No, it does not. Okay, that's going up. I will require a ram and many, many villagers. What do I need? I need food. Okay. Oh, imagine this has Spanish villagers. My mind is very, very tired. Okay. One more tale before the end of the stream. One eyes, two eyes, and three eyes. There was once a woman who had 3 daughters, the eldest of whom was called One Eye, because she had only one eye in the middle of her forehead, and the second, Two Eyes, because she had 2 eyes like other folks, and the earnest, Three Eyes, because she had 3 eyes, and her third eye was also in the center of her forehead. However, as Two Eyes saw just as other human beings did, her sisters and her mother could not endure her. They said to her, "You, with your 2 eyes, are no better than the common people. You do not belong to us." They pushed her about, and threw old clothes to her, and gave her nothing to eat but what they left, and did everything that they could to make her unhappy. It came to pass that Two Eyes had to go out into the fields and tend the goat. But she was still quite hungry, because her sisters had given her so little to eat. So she sat down on a ridge and began to weep, and so bitterly that 2 streams ran down from her eyes. And once when she looked up in her grief, a woman was standing beside her, who said, "Why are you weeping, little Two Eyes?" Two Eyes answered, "I have not reason to weep. When I have 2 eyes like other people, and my sisters and mothers hate me for it, and push me from one corner to another, throw old clothes to me, and give me nothing to eat but scraps they leave. Today they have given me so little that I am still quite hungry." Then the wise woman said, "Wipe away your tears, Two Eyes. I will tell you something to stop your ever suffering from hunger again. Just say to your goat, 'Bleat, bleat, bleat, my little goat, bleat. Cover the table with something to eat.' And then a clean, well-spread little table will stand before you with the most delicious food upon it, of which you may eat as much as you are inclined for. And when you have had enough, and have no more need of the little table, just say, 'Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray,' and take the table quite away, and then it will vanish again from your sight." Hereupon the wise woman departed, but Two Eyes thought, "I must instantly make a trial, and see if what she said is true, for I am far too hungry." And she said, "Bleat, my little goat, bleat. Cover the table with something to eat." And scarcely had she spoken the words than a little table, covered with a white cloth, was standing there, and on it was a plate with a knife and fork, and a silver spoon, and the most delicious food was there also, warm and smoking as if it had just come out of the kitchen. Then Two Eyes said the shortest prayer she knew, "Lord God, be our guest forever. Amen," and helped herself to some food, and enjoyed it. And when she was satisfied, she said, as the wise woman had taught her, "Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table quite away." And immediately the little table and everything on it was gone again. That is a delightful way to keep house, thought Two Eyes, and was quite glad and happy. In the evening, when she went home with her goat, she found a small earthenware dish with some food, which her sisters had set ready for her, but she did not touch it. Next day, she again went out with her goat, and left the few bits of broken bread which had been handed to her lying untouched. The first and second time that she did this, her sisters did not notice it at all, but as it happened every time, they did observe it, and said, "There is something wrong about Two Eyes." She always leaves her food untasted, and she used to eat up everything that was given to her. She must have discovered other ways of getting food, in order that they might learn the truth. They resolved to send One Eye with Two Eyes when she went to drive her goat to the pasture, to observe what Two Eyes did when she was there, and whether anyone brought her anything to eat and drink. So when Two Eyes set out the next time, One Eye went to her and said, I will go with you to the pasture, and see that the goat is well taken care of, and driven where there is food. But Two Eyes knew what was in One Eye's mind, and drove the goat into high grass, and said, Come, One Eye, we will sit down, and I will sing something to you. One Eye sat down, and was tired with the unaccustomed walk and the heat of the sun, and Two Eyes sang constantly, One Eye, are you waking? One Eye, are you sleeping? Until One Eye shut her one eye, and fell asleep. And as soon as Two Eyes saw that One Eye was fast asleep, and could discover nothing, she said, Bleat, my little goat, bleat, cover the table with something to eat, and seated herself at her table, and ate and drank until she was satisfied, and then she again cried, Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table quite away. And in an instant all had vanished. Two Eyes now awakened One Eye, and said, One Eye, you want to take care of the goat and go to sleep while you are doing it, but in the meantime the goat might run all over the world. Come, let us go home again. So they went home, and again Two Eyes let her dish stand untouched, and One Eye could not tell her mother why she would not eat it, and to excuse herself said, I fell asleep when I was out. Next day the mother said to Three Eyes, This time you shall go and observe if Two Eyes eats anything when she is out, and if anyone fetches her food and drink, she must eat and drink in secret. So Three Eyes went to Two Eyes and said, I will go with you and see if the goat is taken proper care of, and driven where there is food. But Two Eyes knew what was in Three Eyes' mind, and drove the goat into high grass, and said, We will sit down, and I will sing something to you, Three Eyes. Three Eyes sat down, and was tired of the walk, and with the heat of the sun, and Two Eyes began the same song as before, and sang, Three Eyes, are you waking? And then, instead of singing, Three Eyes, are you sleeping? As she ought to have done, she thoughtlessly sang, Two Eyes, are you sleeping? And sang all the time, Three Eyes, are you waking? Two Eyes, are you sleeping? Then two of the eyes which Three Eyes had shut and fell asleep, but the third eye, as it had not been named in the song, did not sleep. It is true that Three Eyes shut it, but only in her cunning, to pretend it was asleep too, but it blinked, and could see everything very well, and when Two Eyes thought that Three Eyes was fast asleep, she used her little charm, Bleat, my little goat, bleat, cover the table with something to eat, and drink as much as her heart desired. And then ordered the table to go away again. Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table quite away. And Three Eyes had seen everything. Then Two Eyes came. Oh, goodness gracious. Hang on. My mouse is so... Here we are. Here we are. And Three Eyes had seen everything. Then Two Eyes came to her, waked her, and said, Have you been asleep, Three Eyes? You keep watch very well. Come, we will go home. And when they got home, Two Eyes again did not eat, and Three Eyes said to the mother, "Now I know why that haughty thing there does not eat. When she is out, she says to the goat, 'Bleat, bleat, bleat, my little goat, bleat. Cover the table with something to eat.' And then a little table appears before her covered with the best of food, much better than any we have here. And when she has eaten all she wants, she says, 'Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table quite away.' And all disappears. I watched everything closely. She put two of my eyes to sleep by means of a charm, but luckily the one in my forehead kept awake." Then the envious mother cried, "Do you want to fare better than we do? The desire shall pass from you." And she fetched a butcher's knife and thrust it into the heart of the goat, which fell down dead. Then Two Eyes saw that. She went out full of sadness and seated herself on the ridge of grass at the edge of the field and wept bitter tears. Suddenly the wise woman once more stood by her side and said, "Two Eyes, why are you weeping? Have I not reason to weep? Have I not reason to weep?" She answered, "The goat, which covered the table for me every day when I spoke your charm, has been killed by my mother, and now I shall again have to bear hunger and want." The wise woman said, "Two Eyes, I will give you a piece of good advice. Ask your sisters to give you the entrails of the slaughtered goat, and bury them in the ground in front of the house, and your fortune will be made." Then she vanished, and Two Eyes went home and said to her sister, "Dear sisters, do give me some part of my goat. I don't wish for what is good, but give me the entrails." Then they laughed and said, "If that's all you want, you can have it." So Two Eyes took the entrails and buried them quietly in the evening, in front of the house door, as the wise woman had counseled her to do. Next morning, when they all awoke and went to the house door, there stood a strangely magnificent tree with leaves of silver and fruit of gold hanging among them, so that in all the wide world there was nothing more beautiful or precious. They did not know how the tree could have come there during the night, but Two Eyes saw that it had grown up out of the entrails of the goat, for it was standing on the exact spot where she had buried them. Then the mother said to One Eye, "Climb up, my child, and gather some of the fruit of the tree for us." One Eye climbed up, but when she was about to get hold of one of the golden apples, the branch escaped from her hands, and that happened each time, so that she could not pluck a single apple. Let her do what she might. Then said the mother, "Three Eyes, you climb up. You with the 3 eyes can look about you better than One Eye." One Eye slipped down, and Three Eyes climbed up. Three Eyes was not more skillful, and might try as she would, but the golden apples always escaped her. At length the mother grew impatient, and climbed herself up, but could not hold of the fruit no better than One Eye and Three Eyes, for she always clutched empty air. Then said Two Eyes, "Let me go up. Perhaps I may succeed better." The sisters cried, "You indeed! With your 2 eyes, what can you do?" But Two Eyes climbed up, and the golden apples did not avoid her, but came into her hand of their own accord, so that she could pluck them one after the other, and brought a whole apronful down with her. The mother took them away from her, and instead of treating Poor Eyes any better for this, she and One Eye and Three Eyes were only envious, because Two Eyes alone had been able to get the fruit. They treated her still more cruelly. It so befell that once, when they were all standing together by the tree, a young knight came up. "Quick, Two Eyes," cried the two sisters, "creep under this, and don't disgrace us." With all speed they turned an empty barrel, which was standing close by the tree over poor Two Eyes, and they swept the golden apples which she had been gathering under it too. When the knight came nearer, he was a handsome lord, who stopped and admired the magnificent gold and silver tree, and said to the two sisters, "To whom does this fine tree belong? Anyone who would bestow one branch of it on me might in return for it ask whatsoever he desired." Then One-Eyed and Three-Eyes replied that the tree belonged to them, and that they would give him a branch. They both took great trouble, but they were not able to do it, for the branches and fruit both moved away from them every time. And then said the knight, "It is very strange that the tree should belong to you, and that you should not have the power to break a piece off." They again asserted that the tree was their property. Whilst they were saying this, Two-Eyes rolled out a couple of golden apples from under the barrel of the feet of the knight, for she was vexed with One-Eye and Three-Eyes for not speaking the truth. When the knight saw the apples, he was astonished, and asked where they came from. One-Eye and Three-Eyes answered that they had another sister who was not allowed to show herself, for she had only two eyes, like any common person. The knight, however, desired to see her, and cried, "Two-Eyes, come forth." Then Two-Eyes, quite comforted, came from beneath the barrel, and the knight was surprised at her great beauty, and said, "You, Two-Eyes, can certainly break off a branch from the tree for me." "Yes," replied Two-Eyes, "that I certainly shall be able to do, for the tree belongs to me." And she climbed up, and with the greatest ease broke off a branch with beautiful silver leaves and golden fruit, and gave it to the knight. Then said the knight, "Two-Eyes, what shall I give you for it?" "Alas," answered Two-Eyes, "I suffer from hunger and thirst, grief and want, from early morning to late night. If you would take me with you and rescue me, I should be happy." So the knight lifted Two-Eyes on to his horse, and took her home with him to his father's castle, and there he gave her beautiful clothes, and meat, and drink to her heart's content. And as he loved her so much, he married her, and the wedding was solemnized with great rejoicing. When Two-Eyes was thus carried away by the handsome knight, her two sisters grudged her good fortune in downright earnest. "The wonderful tree, however, still remains with us," thought they, and even if we can gather no fruit from it, still everyone will stand still and look at it, and come to us and admire it. Who knows what good things may be in store for us? But next morning the tree had vanished, and all their hopes were at an end. And when Two-Eyes looked out of the window of her own room, and to her great delight, it was standing in front of it, and so it had followed her. Two-Eyes lived a long time in happiness. Once two women came to her in her castle and begged for alms. She looked in their faces and recognized her sisters, One-Eye and Three-Eyes, who had fallen into such poverty that they had to wander about and beg their bread from door to door. Two-Eyes, however, made them welcome, and was kind to them, and took care of them, so that they both with all their hearts repented the evil that they had done with their sister in their youth. The end. Well, thank you very much. Let me read the chats real quick. Now, eventually I will write, but for now I read Grimm's fairy tales. I fear that I am too tired for the next game to be of any good entertainment. However, let's see. I may have work tonight. I'll have to send you guys forth to the end. Or into a raid. Let's see who is available. Last time I tried Grubby, his raid was disabled. We did Gabby yesterday. Or the other day. Let's surprise this person here, yes, Zero. Well, it shall be the memeing one. Well, Grubby, if it works. Last time it was disabled. Let me try it. Raid Grubby. It states, Grubby's raid settings do not allow you to raid at this time. Unfortunately. So let's send you forth to Marine Mass since he has 0. Oh. Goodness. Alright. Raiding in 3, 2, 1. Take it easy.